Morning, guys. I feel like absolute crap, so I don't know how long this session's gonna go. I slept for 24 hours yesterday. After I got off, I just didn't wake up. Got a fever today, so we'll see what happens.
Market on open imbalance, 135 million to the sell side. The S&P 500 hits a new intraday record high.
So we've got our weekly POC at basically 13. This 13 to 20 area is basically where we're looking for price to be able to maintain. Let's see where this settles. We fully retraced the news candle from pre-market lower. But we are just holding this node, right? So all that matters. Ideally, it's 20s become supportive. I actually can't stop shivering. This is the worst. Be on for a bit. Got the weekend to rest. There's like a decent chance that we hold here. We'll have to see what happens as we push back into 25s. We can get there. Watching Russell into 5. That's where our POC is above us. If this can't hold, so basically what I'm looking at is, do we hold our 20 pivot here on ES, and can we get back over this 25 off of this retest? Or it's going to
Israel's
result in a
Netanyahu
push
tells
down.
the IDF to plan for an evacuation of Rafah.
The most likely bottom, if this doesn't hold and the Russell can't get back over this 95 here, is going to just be a push back down to this level below at 84, where our POC shift happened. So what we're watching for right now is just how we react here at this purple line above. If we can get over, if we fail, I'll be looking for a push down here. This makes the most sense. But again, like the this area makes a lot of sense on ES if you think about it from the larger time frame balance that I created. We broke out of our 2-week balance, and then 20s was our target, and we're now just holding our weekly POC at this 12 to area. And now we're trying to here. If we can hold here, we'll look for 40 above. Building out this node, right? We can now hold the high of the node. That's a great indication that we want to continue moving up. Morning. So just waiting to see how we react up into this. Russell's doing the thing. We're trying to build over a POC from the shift. Got a POC shift on NQ at like 910, and our VWAP there as well. This is our VWAP test on ES. So from this level, can we see a supportive rebid? Any sort of like smaller pullback to give us a pop, or can we push immediately over this and then build supportive? Basically, our first area to look at. See NQ recovered value low. It's pushing to POC now. So this should give us an idea if this is going to be like a short entry for a pushback down to value low, or if we can build here for continuation back up. I am freezing. Is this? Buyers are getting absorbed here, just a view up. Like some passive selling happening. And to see if there's any continuation from sellers, or if buyers can do anything on this pullback. Which just makes sense. You'd expect in a selling trend that flop is where you're going to see passive liquidity. Buyers just basically need to be able to lift us above it, where it's going to act as kind of our wall. So as we're coming back down into this 20, this is where I'd want to see buyers try to step in to defend if they were going to. If not, then it's just like sellers at VWAP, push down. Now we'll be watching for continuation. Either buyers are willing to defend off of 20s, or we look for a push below this 18 value low or continuation down. Really want to see buyers here at 20. So far, no really indication of a solid lift. Keeping an eye on the Russell and the value low here. Our sign. Definitely strong attempt on NQ here to try to push and hold this over. Ideally, 10s now hold on NQ on this push above VWAP. Still need to get over it on ES, or this will just come down to basically coming absorption. There's a failure from buy side here. So far looking good though from our 20s. I'd like to be able to add to this position. Nice. Moving stops up here. 20s, 25s, sorry. Need to see a push over VWAP and then for that to become supportive for any more upside. If we can make this 2450, 25 area supportive on ES, then we can look for value high. If you're in on NQ, just be aware that this 37 is value high, right, of our range. So we're going to need to see a push above this, or this is going to be where profit taking happens. As we approach that 230, just remember we have liquidity resting there. It's our value high in the day. Just expect some profit taking to happen unless we can push aggressively over it and make it supportive quickly. We're looking for a pullback to retest VWAP probably if 30s hold. So let's see what happens here on this retest. I'd like to see this 2350 to 2450 now hold as supportive.
I feel you. Every time a palm tree shakes, every time a plane takes off,
Russell into value high here.
shakes off the sadness of the night. I see you with every light, with every bite the sea takes from the sandy shore, with every open, tired door. In your eyes, I see so much more than what this moment can deliver. Your absence makes the winter shiver, and your presence turns me into a sliver of what I used to be. Can't you see? You're the reason I live, and the reason I'll most likely no longer be. I feel you. Every time a palm tree shakes, every time a plane takes off, every time a star shakes off the sadness of the night. I see you with every light, with every bite the sea takes from the sandy shore, with every open, tired door. In your eyes, I see so much more than what this moment can deliver. Your absence makes the winter shiver, and your presence turns me into a sliver of what I used to be. Can't you see? You're the reason I live, and the reason I'll most likely no longer be.
About one here into value high on ES. I'll look to add more if we make that supportive. Until then, expect that to be our resistance. One left here.
Can't you see? You're the reason I live, and the reason I'll most likely no longer be.
It's just sick. Just slept. Really bad migraine and a fever. So just slept for like actually 24 hours. Then went back to bed after that. And then woke up this morning at like 6 a.m. Right now I've got 2 pairs of socks on, 2 sweaters, and a space heater pointed at me at full blast, and it's like 60 degrees outside. I'm shivering my ass off. It is what it is. Hopefully by Monday I'll be okay. This is our retest view up here as support for the first time. Need to see if this holds or if we're going to need to go back a bit further. I'm not sure as of yet. I'd like to see the Russell be able to bounce, ideally here, this 96. If we can do that, then it makes sense for more upside. Just careful. Basically just watching to see how we react back into these pullback areas that I've drawn. We have 2 ideas right now. First one is pullbacks into here should be bought, and we are looking to find buyers above this level. And until then, this is where you need to be risking off, or at least moving stops up, because we don't know if we're going to be able to get through this. So until this blue box that I've just drawn becomes supportive, on a push above and hold, that is the top of the balance right now. This is your value high. Same thing for NQ, where this is our value high. And for the Russell. We have 2 areas of interest right now. We're in our first one, second one's below us right here. There's a lot of potential to punish this seller who's offsides here at 21. But that's if we can push over this that's kind of when he gets punished. Until then, I don't really think there's much hopping around. I'm very curious to see if buyers step in here at this 92 on the Russell to give us our upside lift. Here's our test into 92 on the Russell. And I'd really like to see buyers be able to step in here. It's going to be really hard for us to break up if the only thing that we have pushing us is NQ. For NQ, we just want this blue to now be supportive, and you're looking for a push up into 70s.
Taking a look at the Fear and Greed Index, 77 out of 100 equaling extreme greed, and the Crypto Fear and Greed Index,
Pushing into our
72
sell
out
side
of 100
liquidity here on
also
ES.
equaling extreme greed.
Remember there's this
And
guy
taking a
at
look at the VIX,
30s,
currently at 12.87.
with stops up. Looking to see if we can eat this guy up, get supportive for upside. Again, the idea that we were talking about from this morning is that 20s need to hold as supportive. If that happens, we can look for a move to 40s. Our target here above that, look for like 58. But basically all we did was break out of a 2-week balance, then hold our weekly POC as supportive, and then look for bids into this dip or push out. Pushing up. Just need to get through this guy who's at 30 liquidity. So, looking for pullbacks. Again, seeing if the Russell can get the hold. It's going to be really hard for ES to get out of this range if the Russell can't hold this low. Until the Russell finds a bottom, ES is going to be a lot more choppy compared to NQ. So what you're watching for here is for NQ to get this basing here at value high. And if it can do that, we should be able to hold on ES for a lift up again to the top of the range. Don't need. The problem right now is that you have NQ pushing down and the Russell pushing down, so there's nothing for ES to really, no ammo, no supportive bid to step in. So we're watching this blue box now for NQ to show the low, for ES to also have a low. Did you set it to 1080p, Cass? It might be defaulting down to like 720 or something. Click the little gear icon, change it. You see, as soon as NQ catches that bid, ES is able to get movement. And if the Russell can hold as well, then you're going to get a larger move. Until then, right, it's going to be continuously to be choppy on ES as NQ just tries to build outside of value. Russell back down to value low. That work, Cass? Yeah, it seems like it's probably just your connection. So it's trying to keep it at whatever is going to be this most stable for you. We approach our target on NQ, just move your stops up. Understand that we're testing our Globex high here up at 70. Need to see that become supportive for more upside. We'll be watching the Russell VWAP pivot at 96 as kind of our high until that can look above. And our 30 liquidity is still there on ES, just top of range. Needs to become supportive if you want anything more. We come into it, value high. There's potential if we can get the lift over 28s and this guy at 30 sleeves that we punish this seller who's low-key trapped at 25s. You've got someone at 21s and 25s that are kind of trapped right now. If we get out of the range, there's definitely potential to punish. Yes. Pushing into our target now and NQ. At our target across the board. So now we just watch to see if sellers are going to maintain these areas or if we can make them supportive. Just wrist off one more. Until we push back above, I'll be just the same thing. You know, just looking for a pullback or a lift above and for these areas to become supportive. Gonna delete this now that it's played. IB close here. New zones have just been created for us. You doing all right? Now looking for value highs to become supportive. We're looking for dips to be bought into this blue box for upside continuation. It's gonna happen. What we don't want to see is for this 27.75 to become resistance. Or we can come back down. We're just looking for buyers to try to now hold value high for upside. Where that 30 selling liquidity was, we want to now see as like buy side liquidity. Retests just make sense. Great job, Cass. Looking for dips to be bought at 27.75, or we'll come back down to VWAP at 25s. Same thing for NQ, 68.50 to Globex high, where our blue box is. We're just waiting to see. Again, if the Russell still is failing to get over this blue box and NQ is also dipping, then ES is going to dip, right? We have nothing to support a move for further upside. So we need to see where NQ is going to need to pull back to and where buyer participation is going to be active for continuation up, just as before when we bought the last dip. We're just looking for flags to happen here and for NQ to catch a bit, which it's trying. recommend moving stops up as we approach this 18,000 on NQ. It's a pretty strong psychological level. As Russell approaches value high again. Need to see that become supportive. Or we're just going to continue to oscillate this basing. What is flex? Huge. $500. Just as the prophecy foretold. Hmm. That's some girl math if I've ever seen it. If only Sig believed. Hmm. Not looking for a house, dude. Looking for a house right now seems like maybe the dumbest thing I could do. I think I've got like COVID 3.0 right now, Ty. Not leaving this house. Yeah, the devs just updated it, man. Rough. You've got the Russell and you've got NQ both falling again, so it's gonna be a second until ES can get a bid until one of these shows a low. Just an FYI if it wasn't obvious. Looking for pullbacks to like 27.75 if we can't get back over value high here. NQ, you're looking at this like 68.50. This 80 doesn't hold. This should give us an idea if buyers are willing to continue to step in here. We need to just be careful into value high above. What does it mean if we can't get back over? We need to start looking for. So what we really want to see is the ability to push over this level, make it supportive. Or there is a chance that we come back down further. I'm still considering like every pullback into this area is bullish until I see a push below. But you just have to keep that in mind, that if we like can't find acceptance over value high, it only makes sense that if we can't make value high, seller value, right, buyer value, then we are going to come back down to where buyer value actually is. Right now, though, we're just kind of chopping around at the highs. Yeah, it sounds logical. It does sound logical. Morning, Gav. So here's our test into value high here on ES. Looking for the look above and then the ability to hold a bid. Or this will be where we are going to come back down to the other side of balance if we can't hold here. What's up, Croto? Yeah, great job, man. Just a little paper cut on the sim. Just a little one. And I mean, it's not fake. I know you can do it. Nothing fake about that. I know every single one of you has the potential to be profitable, funded. I have zero doubt. Am I long? No. I'm flat. I'm flat in the 18,000, bud. Until I see it become supportive. You don't need to close with me. If you're in from lower and you're comfortable, go for it. But this was my target. Like, we played from the lows, and then I added like 4 times. So there's just like I played my morning plan. What am I gonna not close into my target from my morning plan? You know, like, I don't know. I'll add back if I can see Russell and ES with a hold value high, because then we'll just go to 40s and retest Globex high on ES. So there'll be another leg if we can see these areas become supportive that we have marked. I just think that it's more likely that we get a pullback and then I get a re-add than just like holding that position. Do you have to know, like, understand, like, I'm not in from my original average, right? Like, I've taken profit off and then I moved my average up. So like at the end, my average is at like 29.50. So it's like, is it worth now holding for the 3 points that I have here at the end? Just rather wait for this to show as like a really nice supportive rebid and then go back in. If I still had my average down from 20s, then it would have been fine. But I did not. Ooh, that looks good. English muffins just hit different. Oh, good. I like both. I think I like sourdough ones more. Bit of butter. Nicely toasted. Just something about it. Costco sells a really nice one. Get like 2 packs of them for $7. Can't beat it. Yeah. Is that, does that mean you can actually have like 10 micros and it doesn't count as 5 contracts? This is where I would want to see a rebid, by the way. 31s. That's good. I'm glad that they're finally doing that. It made no sense that they weren't doing it before. That'll help a lot of people. That actually makes Top Step now the best prop firm. Top Step X. Is that their like Creative 8 copied platform? What's Tilt? Other than what 90% of this voice chat has. Feel seen. Ugh. We're still just rotating ticks around Valley High here. Need to see a more serious bid step in, or this can result in that pushback down. Ideally, Russell is able to now hold. I will be right back. I gotta grab water. This looks good. The seller just got caught with his pants down here. Not this low. Alright, let me look now, Cass. But I play those? I don't know, man. I'm not a big ER options trading fan, to be honest. Because the IV can just completely destroy you. That's what I was trying to show you. Like, if IV doesn't stay at 50 after ER, and it goes back down, your chance of profitability go down, like, 90%. So what you're looking for there is, like, an extraordinary move. And then for it to hold afterward, for that to make money. So it becomes really hard to be profitable. Especially when you're betting on something that's like that far out of the money. So I don't... As long as you're like understanding that if IV goes down that you need like NVIDIA to hold 800, then it's worth. But that's about all I can say. Like it might be worth instead of playing NVIDIA to play an ETF that's focused on semis, something like that has a better IV. I don't know. I can't really say much more than that without it being like advice, you know? You need ES to hold this 31 or we can come back down. It's really like indecisive down here into this 29.50 to 30 because you have sellers who've been trying to push us below this and getting caught, but if they actually could like gain a foothold, then it just makes sense to go back down to VWAP off of the failure from buyers to like monetize the highs. Monetize the highs, just be able to hold, sorry. Like they couldn't do anything at the highs to maintain value, like show value, right? So like if value isn't being found up at the highs, then we're gonna come back down to where previous value was found. Like they weren't being, they couldn't maintain and shift value. So value hasn't shifted, then back down. I'm watching this 96 to 93 area on NQ to see if our seller is willing to defend this now as our offer. If they are, right, this is the battleground right now that we're fighting over, is what happens on a pushback into this. Does this push down for a seek of liquidity down into the 68s again? Or can we push back up, aim for a pop? If our offer holds, I'm sidelined until I have a better idea if a seller's going to step in or not, or if we can make it supportive. Full port, PayPal, 65C. That's all you, baby. PayPal doing? If you get over this, then there's a lot of potential for that to actually play. Until then, this is like pretty hard resistance. Right now, you have like a really nice range to play off of, where this 57 is your support at value low, and 760 is your value high. So all you're looking for for direction is, can we maintain below or above, right? Until then, you have like a really nice range that you're oscillating in. So as soon as we see acceptance above or below one of these levels on a retest, it should give you an idea of where we're headed. What does this gap go up to? What's this? What's this? Hell yeah. I still trade stocks. I just have a long term. I don't really day trade stocks anymore. There's really no point now that I'm like trading futures actively. Someone in YouTube chat. Watching how the Russell reacts here into VWAP. This should help determine if we're going to fail and come down to these lower targets, or if buyers are willing to step in and lift us back over. It's kind of dry right now. Just looking for these pullbacks, man. Morning sauce. See if this buyer at 27.75 is willing to hold this, or if it just makes sense for us to come down to this Russell 92. This liquidity has been here like all day, just waiting for this buy. I just don't know if they have enough ammo to hold. Which is why we had it marked as our potential pop, but I still think that there's room for one more like that. We have NQ kind of in the middle of nowhere here with just a potential double bottom. And then you have the Russell below VWAP. So what you're looking for now is off of this rejection and failure. Do we fail at VWAP now? And does that lead to our last leg down, back down to this opening range low pivot, which is what we were looking for originally. So I'd be a lot more confident in looking for pullback buys down into. This is, of course, your first area where we'll be watching. But this 27.75, like 50 area is fine as long as we see NQ and RTY also be willing to catch a bid. Because this level becomes pretty like non-important, unimportant if these things don't catch the bid to push over. Because then it's just like a little bit of relief, and then we get continued. Right, you need NQ in the Russell or one of them to really catch a bid and show like excited participants, or it just makes sense to come down further. So for me, this level is now shifted from our original sell we were looking for our sellers to now try to be located here for any sort of reoffer. Nothing's changed on the Russell front. Mark this. This is now where you're looking for your offer to be if we can't get over POC. See if they pull this liquidity at 27.50. Yeah, they did. They put it back. They pulled it to 25.50. I'm not convinced that this is our low as of yet. Oh, this is where we see if buyers are willing to step in here at the 68.50 on NQ. Uh, Russell still has a bit more, can come down into like 92 area. Yes, they know that there's someone attempting at 25s, but again, careful. Like to have seen the Russell and NQ come down and find that pivot at the same time. Makes it a bit more iffy. I think this is a good first like short risk off. I think until we see a buyer step in and show a bit of more aggressivity, it's not a long yet. It's just a short risk off. This area makes sense on NQ, again, because it's our value target, but it's also our Globex high. So the battle now is there going to be enough relief liquidity here off of shorts closing and then a buyer stepping in to push back up? Or is this just going to be shorts closing, market buys coming in to close shorts, right? And then a retest of our seller and then a push down. So like it can still be a profitable scalp long, but it hasn't shown yet that there's actual buyers willing to participate after we get the little bit of relief. Yeah, and I don't think it's a bad long there. I just think that it doesn't have legs yet. I mean, you're just longing VWAP on ES, right? Like it's and NQ Globex high. The issue is we just need to now recover off of our previous sell for it to have any sort of leg on it. And it still like garnered 20 points from the right. So like it's not bad, but you're just coming back to the sell, right? All this is. So as long as you're understanding that, like, you can still make money, but we just now want to see a recovery of this level. I think the obvious buy location is where I have this Globex low and our value pivot, and the value pivot on RTY here. But again, like what happens here into 92s to 96 will be a pretty telling sign for us. And like if ES can make 28 supportive, it should be good for at least a move back up to like 31.5. Until then, this is just relief bounces from shorts closing back into our pivot. This is your target for NQ if you bought 68.50. Again, you need to see this like this blue box above now become supportive on a look above, or it's just going to be the top. This is where I'd fully expect longs to be taking profit and shorts to be trying to add to positions here. Stop Tatum. Yeah, I want us to come back down to 21, to be honest. Like that 21 to 23 is what I'm really eyeing. But, you know, it doesn't have to happen. Again, for any more upside, you need to see 96 become supportive on a Pierce above. You have a good camera game? What does that mean? Oh. Yeah, I mean, I'm like decently proficient in like DSLRs and stuff like that. I mean, honestly, like, I don't know if you need all that anymore. Like, the point and shoot digital cameras have gotten to a point where they're like not a bad choice. Really, the only thing that you need to worry about for what you're looking for is something that works well at low light for like what you're actually going to be using it for. If you give me a budget, I can recommend some stuff weekend. As ES pushes into 31 to 32, just kind of consider that your high until it becomes supportive again. Same with the Russell into 98. What do you do? It's funny. What's up, Grotto? $50 for sure, man. My IG? I don't use IG, man. So you can I'll give it to you, but like I won't check it. I don't use Instagram at all. Even when I did, I didn't use it. I posted like art from high school and like early college, and that was it. High school or college? What were you asking, when I graduated? Or which one? College? I didn't graduate. I dropped out, started a company. I started a company called Analog. Motion media and marketing firm. I started it with a ex-girlfriend of mine. She now mostly does everything. I don't touch it. Can't be bothered to deal with her. This is our pivot on Russell here into 98. Do you want to write bad Yelp reviews? No. We're now looking for 96 to be a supportive bid. 96 to 92. Failure here, then again, I think that we get our last legs down. How about you guys just don't write reviews? Just don't do anything. Always an option. Is she psycho? Yeah, just a bit. Just a bit. And by a bit, I mean incredibly. No, please, guys. I'm never answering a question again. Holy shit. If I start getting paragraph texts, I'm actually never talking to any of you again. Holy. X. Uh, we just saw a POC shift on NQ up to this 92. Currently trading ticks around it. Need to see if it'll hold the support. VWAP is now our POC on ES. It's fine.
Looking at some analyst commentary on today's moves, a renewed rally in big tech sent the US stock
You're acting
market
like he doesn't
toward a
come on at
milestone amid
12:30
hopes
every
the
day.
Federal Reserve will soon be able to cut rates, bolstering the outlook for corporate profits.
I said you're acting like he doesn't come on in 30 minutes every day. Where's Dapper? He's still asleep. This is Russell testing value high again. Really not much to say. Like, we just need 92 to either become hold as supportive or turn into resistance for downside. Really it for NQ. Russell's at our high. ES just bouncing off VWAP, but making a lower high this time. It's kind of rotating ticks on low volume, so I'm not incredibly interested. Jesus. Guys are out of control this morning. Man said, well, what's an index fund? Hmm. Looking for this re-offer to hold this 92 on and keep for more down. You should get though at least a re-offer 90. The problem is if they get over 94s, then we just come back up to retest 8,000. But there seems to be like a decent amount of buy-side liquidity that can be trapped up here on NQ. At least that's what it feels like they're attempting to. We push back up into here. Should be the offer where you see a seller try to step in. If there aren't like sellers here, I'm not going to touch either direction. This is what I would need to see as we attempt here. You want to see a strong seller try to shove this thing back down, or all of a sudden you have sell side trapped on this, and then we can pop. It's a tough area to try to play with ES being just like rotating around VWAP. See if they'll step in here, push this thing down, or if they get exhausted and buyers can take advantage. So far working, but I would like to see a bit more movement. Not really seeing the participation that I wanted from sell side as of yet. Move your stops down if you shorted off the 96 to 92. We're looking for 68 again, but this is your first target piece. Mm, 96 was that area. That's the thing. It's like this is our value here, so it needs to either show as supportive or we're looking for it to be our offer now, right? As soon as like if you get stopped out at 92s, but then you see that 96 is still holding as like that hard point, and then you start to see them like slowly pushing the bid down, right? Like we're just moving our offer down and bid's not being able to like hold at a level. Like you can start to, I feel like, chase it a bit. Because you can like physically see them moving the offer down. And then like a level you thought was supportive. So let's say you get stopped out at 92s. Okay, well we just lost 92s again, right? You can play off of that level once we put in that wick, and then you try again at the level you got stopped out at. I mean, it's not like a great trade yet, but you know, it is something that you can get back into as soon as you start to see what you're looking for. I mean, again, ES is just rotating around VWAP. Like we haven't given a direction yet. I usually try to avoid this like low vol, slow grind, but we have a meet and greet. That's a negative. Yeah, I think that's a great example. That's just mean. I don't like basketball, man. Sorry, pores. Obi would be so jealous if we went to the Near concert, man. We'd never hear the end of it. We like get some energy? Energy, please? See if the Russell does the classic double top, double bottom. I'm moving my stop down a bit more aggressively on this NQ position with us kind of just holding here. There's a good chance that we can come up to retest that 90 again, so there's not a point getting stopped out of that. Oh, you like this novella? Nice little short. Sanderson's so good, man. It's the only one I can rely on anymore. Yeah, I feel you on that. They do tend to start a bit slow. Here's that retest on PayPal at value high. What put a hold? Finally stopped raining. don't know if we could move any slower than we are right now. This sucks. Just test one of these edges already so that we can do something. We're watching for a buy side failure into 31 on ES, and this is going to keep going until the Russell loses momentum. All you need is NQ to move sideways for this to just slow chop. So you need weakness in the Russell, and for that to show you like the start of a pullback, and that'll give you your high. As we push back up into 96s and into this 31, 32 area on ES, we'll watch for sellers again, or for them to become supportive levels. And this is just a value high retest. So 33 value high. NQ value highs at 804. 004, sorry. Just coming back up off of the failure from sellers. If you're not in, like, it's not a big deal. We just now wait for our reactions here. It's hard to want to short a slow market. Just need to see that these sellers are no offsides, or this will just be the rejections. You know? Later, Romeo. We just are really counting on follow through now from buy side. Don't want this to get exhausted. We are approaching and trying to now hold value highs on ES and NQ with, again, the Russell still just pushing up. So until that loses momentum, like, you have to kind of have an upside bias. You want to play that upside with the slow grind, it's kind of up to you. Personally, I'm not a huge fan until I see some actual like speed, which we're now getting. We just need to see follow through. Getting a bit more excitement on the tape from sell side up here. It's just, can we now hold our pivots that we were looking at for originally for our short? This 96 to 92, this 31 area. Because what happens if we reject value high? We're still showing like a strong seller here. Buyers aren't ready, they're not ready. Later, Cass. Have a great weekend. Good trades today. We're watching for the Russell to show this pullback as a low, or this can result in a failure up at the highs, right? So we're just watching these blue boxes, ES and Q, for bids to step in and for the Russell to also find this low. If that happens, then all of a sudden you have a potential for a larger breakout. If the Russell fails to hold and NQ and ES have now come up to value high and fail to break, then it'll give us our larger pullback, because then we'll have everything in sync again. So again, for what you're looking for is for Russell to find a low here for a pullback. That should give us enough acceleration on ES and Q for a break above. If we can't find a low, right, then we can just chop around in this area. But I think the idea now is to be able to bid off of this 31, 32-ish area on ES. with a Russell confirmation. Oof. We see a strong bid step in here to defend this, or this is where we'll get our push down to our low value. So it becomes a very important area. Either they fail to push us over value, or bid step in to defend. I would really like to see us push over value high here on ES and NQ for these moves to have any sort of upside, or this will just be top of range where we risk off first positions from the 92-96 on NQ and the 31-32 on ES, just back up to top of range. Need to see a break and the ability to then hold for excitement. I'm out one here as Russell retests high. So again, what was the idea behind this? We are looking for the Russell to get the pullback, find a low. We're looking for liquidity to be found from buy side into our previous short attempt at 92 to 96. And now we are looking for value high to become supportive for a push up into our 40s on ES, Russell into this 2011.5, and for NQ to now be able to build a value high. So hopefully that made sense. Now we have a runner to play with.
Hello, friends.
Morning.
What is up? What's up, Rory? Slow. This looks way better than yesterday.
Now we're just looking to see if we get acceptance at value high here on rebeds, guys. That is it. Notice the Russell coming down again. To see where it'll pull back to. Just filled that imbalance. Looking at this node edge on RTY for a bounce. Door stack cloud. Imagine having faith in Gav.
I
Yeah.
was
Yikes.
really just about
What alpha are we withholding, man? I just gave you the low.
He's like, that alpha.
Did you guys not take this bid into 92.96 on NQ? Or 31s DS? Crazy.
In 10 minutes time now, we do get the US Baker Hughes data. Oil rig count prior 499 and the total rig count prior 619.
Yesterday, the ES was actually making 1.5 rotations,
Oh.
and they were shocked that I traded NQ during that.
Yeah, imagine.
He's like, "Oh my god, you're trading NQ." I'm like,
There's
buddy.
actually no trade on ES.
"Buddy, what did I hear? What? Oh my god, Rory." But I did catch my first NQ news candle yesterday,
Oh,
which was interesting.
the right side of it or the wrong side?
Yeah,
of
no,
it?
I was on.
Okay.
It was like a minute trade for like 35, 40 points or something.
Oh yeah, feels good, man.
It was like, oh my, okay.
And those are, that's that dopamine hit.
Yeah. Well, I was scared. I was scared.
When price goes
No.
off of your DOM, like it's
Yeah.
but like move it up, like oh,
I was scared, guys.
oh gotta scroll. Easy. I'm just watching to see whatever happens first, either ES into 40s or Russell into 11.5 Globex high. That's my next pivot. Until then, I don't really have anything. Either we maintain value highs here as our rebid, or we come up to these targets above. Really not much else to say in between. But yeah, it's like 40 to 43 area. It's just next target. We've got Globex high at 43.2. Your weekly value high as well at that at 50.43. So just kind of expect some chop up here until that can become supportive. Above that, we look for like 60s or some bullshit. I don't know. Same, bud.
Since when is 70 greater than 40, Rory? That's crazy, man.
In 5 minutes time now we do
Yeah, I
get
had
the
it
US Baker
planned.
Hughes data, oil rig count prior 499 and the total rig count prior 619.
What I said in voice was we are looking for bids to step in at 31 to 32 on ES for a retest, bids to step in at 92 to 96 on a retest, and our confirmation will be Russell showing a low. The Russell started the pullback, and then we are looking for liquidity to be found. And as long as those areas continued to show a buyer from where they were previously showing as our supply, as long as the Russell is able to bid there, then it's just a pullback and we look for a pushback over to value. So right, like this, you see how this coincides. These lows are in with the Russell low, give us our buying up, and then we see the rebid of value high is supportive at that 8004 on NQ, and then that gives you a place to average up. Same for ES at that 3375. Now value is shifted higher. So that's it. This is Russell coming into target here at Globex high. Don't really expect more until we see a push above this. Then we can look for 1454 on RTY. Until then, we just want to watch our reaction here into Globex high. Yeah, I mean it's the simple rule of R becomes S, right? Like resistance becomes supportive. So if we were shorting 92 to 96 originally and we push above, I'm now looking for that offer to now become a bid, right? I want to see buyers now defend that on the look above. So if I shorted 94 last time, I'm now looking for that buyer to defend that on this retest. Like a pretty simple but effective rule of thumb. Here, and like I'll show you. You can see it on like, I'm gonna just draw a line. I'm playing ES right now, so you can't, it's not the greatest visualization. but this is what it looked like on NQ from my entry. Look at where we bid compared to where I shorted off of this post. You see what I mean? So it's like, if I'm no longer looking for a short there, I'm now looking for our bid to step in and become supportive there. I'm in ES now, but like that would have been where I was looking for NQ for that buy to happen. You can see it did. Well, it's just like it's the retest from above, right? So like either that, yeah, like I mean, so like again, like I'm in ES 32s here as my runner. We took what off into 34, and now just looking for a slow grind up if the Russell can maintain. But like having those pivots in mind, like I'm not taking a short just to take a short. It's because I saw liquidity there that I wanted to play off of. And if we're above it now, like, okay, well, I need to see that be a bid to step in there if we're going to go higher. What am I going to do? It's either like I long where that edge that I was shorting off of, or now we try to attempt it off of as like supportive. Just like logically, it's really like the only option. For those that don't have Discord, this is what I was talking about. Shorted on NQ at that 96, 94 fell, got stopped out. As soon as I thought that price could come back up to 92s, it's like, okay, there's no point in being in this trade anymore, this chop. But then like our short becomes our long, right? Like it becomes our supportive level, push up. I need to take my temp. Holy. Just felt my forehead. Oh my god.
That was like what was it, last week or 2 weeks ago, where I was just like down for like a day.
Yeah.
On, like just some random stuff. It didn't make any sense.
I didn't even hear my alarms go off yesterday morning. Like I was just out and then I looked at the clock and it was 4:30 p.m. and I was like, oh, okay, I just missed the entire session, and then went back to sleep and then woke up at 7 a.m. It's like, what? Yeah, actually 24 hours of sleep. Ugh. What is going on, man? I'd love to see 34.75 now hold. Just this area.
Total rig count 623, 623. Just waiting for the oil rig count.
We're waiting on the Russell to confirm if it's going to be able to hold Globex high for another leg up. Or we might need to see a steeper pullback back down to our stacked rebid reversal line at 2008. shifted down to 33.50. This is your most bullish pullback here. Not than 32. Most sense. Wait, let me look at all these. Would you sell covered calls to keep the shares? Boy, Grotto.
He was asking a lot about that yesterday.
Is this clean spark? What the hell is this? LSK? Bitcoin mining technology company. Oh boy.
Garoto was trying to get me to buy Mara after it went up 20% yesterday.
Dude, it's only gonna go up higher, man. His next target, Russell, to his previous month value high. Keep that in mind. We want to see now if off of either a push, a very strong move above 2014.54, or a pullback to our Globex high here. And we want to see our bid now kind of like stick at this 11.5 on any sort of retest. This will probably be your pullback buy if we can't get over. This was so... Or hope for the best is such a funny thing to say. So watch this blue box on ES. This would be your most bullish pullback level off of our RTY pivot here. Again, we want to see the Russell be able to bid Globex high ideally, if it's going to do it, or you're going to get a steeper pullback down into 31.25 for ES. So I'd really like to see buyers willing to kind of hold value high here at 34.75. But keep an eye on the Russell to kind of confirm that that's gonna hold and not just a bit of relief before the next leg.
Zero tick here. this no destructor NQ and halfway back ES. Bid is still willing to come up into 35 on ES, so I'm basically just watching the footprint here if that continues to hold true or if that guy believes. Obviously a little look above here on NQ. 30 is going to be tough.
Wouldn't the bar time only matter if you had it on something other than time based?
Yes, but I'm more like watching it.
You have it on 5000 T? Yeah.
Yeah.
I just have mine on 5 minute.
Like it's pretty. This is what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say that yes, it makes sense to do that sauce, but one like I can see it where I understand if that took a long time or not, just based on the structure of the quote-unquote candle that printed. But utilizing bar time is not a bad way to do it.
So if you, this is what I have mine set up or on like I do just as a 1 minute chart. Can we see when a shift of a participant entered the market, and can we see when we want to be playing? Do we see when volume started to step up after that consolidation? I feel like that shows you everything you need to. Like you actually have someone to play with now. As soon as those cyan candles print, and then we start to see like an aggressive bid step in.
Shortly expecting the results of the Fed reverse repo operation.
It's speed of tape. So it's like, oh, now I know when I should be looking.
80 counterparties
You know?
take $569.175 billion at the Fed reverse repo operation.
So I just have that, and then I have the spike volume, and then I've changed the colors to show absorption and exhaustion and like neutral delta. And then I just have a bid-ask volume split. So it's just showing me like the cumulative bid-ask difference per candle. Then it's like, oh, okay, I can see that there's an increase in speed, the pace of tape. And then I look to see which side that was happening on. And then if like the delta thing shows me that there's absorption, like, oh, okay, now we're looking for follow through, or we're going to be looking for a move in the opposite direction. That's why I have like the 3 of those at the bottom. So I can kind of see which side that speed's happening on, but then also is there follow through. because I really don't want to be playing against the person who's accelerating the speed, unless I see them kind of get like absorbed. So like my screen, my setup is basically like what my bottom screen looks like. I have ES footprint, NQ tape, and then an NQ 1 minute chart, and then my DOM next to that. For some reason the image isn't pasting. Give it a second. There you go. I don't know why that took so long. So like I can see the tape at the time when we start to see that pace shift. I just have like a 5 vol filter on it for it. And then the top one's just a 1. I mean, it's all unnecessary, but like if you wanted to like see when people are interacting and when you should just kind of like not. To me, if I don't see any of those like cyan candles and it's just like that low vol gray, there's just really nothing to play. So I don't have a direction. It's like pretty passive. So I know you didn't ask me, but a different way to look at it. Sorry.
At 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Feds Logan, who speaks in a moderated Q&A at the 14th Annual Tarrant County Transportation Summit in Hurst, Texas. No Q&A with the audience is expected or a text.
Russell's going here.
You're the last one to ask that, Roy. Oh, update on the player auction stuff, Roy. There's like 0 chance I get a refund. Player auctions was basically like, it's out of our time to help. And they're like, unless proven otherwise, the only thing we would be able to do is punish the seller, but not force them to give a refund. So it's like, if I could provide more evidence, then he could get potentially like short-term banned, his account, but he wouldn't have to pay me. So that's basically the only thing I can do at this point. But still, I'd have to, out of my own pocket, pay for all the plat. So if I want to play Warframe again, I'm gonna have to take like a $600 hit just to recover my account. It's so stupid. So we're not playing Warframe. I'm not doing that off of principle.
Fed's Bostic says inflation has been too high for too long, and there's still a ways to go to return to target.
Player auction said that they couldn't do anything. I'll be right back.
Bostic says the US is on a pathway to get back to pre-pandemic economic strength and want to avoid a new spike in inflation. At 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed's Logan, who speaks in a moderated Q&A at the 14th Annual Tarrant County Transportation Summit in Hurst, Texas. No Q&A, but or text expected.
It's interesting that we're not really getting these moves on NQES with Russell making this like 8-point move. Pretty big for the Russell.
Bostic says inflation has made good progress, but there's still a ways to go. And Bostic says data suggests real wage gains will continue for several more months.
Excuse me. Yeah, it feels bad, man. I would do it if I thought I was gonna like play Warframe a ton more, but like we were kind of coming into like build more content for a while. So it probably had like a good like one and a half more weeks left in the cycle. If I thought I was gonna like play it for a couple more months, like as hardcore as I was, then I'd probably do it. But like just like a $600 tax to play the
Feds Bostic
game
says we
is
need
a
to be
bit
resolute and
rough.
stay the course to get to the target.
Might get a little volatility here, by the way, off these stick talks.
There's our target, by the way. Feels good, men. There's your 40.
So we have posted out a link to Feds Bostic on the feed, so you can listen live as he is appearing on local radio.
Local radio. Move stops up, don't be an idiot, you know, yada yada, you know the drill.
And shortly expecting comments from Fed's Logan.
So we're just gonna be watching Russell here. It created a node in this last 15-minute candle. I will play, but I am definitely with Sig's take where it doesn't make sense until there's like cross-platform stuff. Because I'm gonna be playing on Steam, and I know a lot of people are gonna be playing on the Game Pass. No.
Not yet. They're like a patch and a half behind at least. It has to be compatible with Xbox, right? So it has to go through a much larger vetting process for patches. Whereas with Steam, they can just like output stuff very quickly. So instead of everything being behind and the core audience being on Steam, they're just fixing issues as fast as they can, adapting. Which is like, it's great on them, but it sucks for everyone that's us. And on Epic Store. We should get another entry in about 30 minutes.
So shortly
At the
expecting
2 o'clock
comments from Fed's
reversal.
Logan.
If we don't just like slow grind up from here, right? 30 minutes, give you your black buy. That'll probably be, I'll stay for that potential reversal, or I get stopped out of this position. 30 minutes, we look for another entry.
Yeah, and watching Russell under this 2017. Obviously that 40 was target. On ES, let's see if we can build here. Or what?
Basically just looking for bids to step in. this 37.75 value high, basically. If we go below this, I'm just gonna stop out. I'm gonna try to add, and then I'll just pull back. Waiting for the Russell to find a low. Got this gap. I feel like short term, you want this buyer at 39.25 to be able to hold this, or you'll get this pullback down to value.
So the S&P 500 remaining above that key 5,000 mark, currently up 0.49% at 5,020.
Me, 1 second, guys.
Fire failed. So now we're coming back down to blue value high. So we're looking for a bid to step in here. Just keep a note that the Russell is kind of what caused that on the failure to hold, and we've got this LVN down to 20. You need to see a bid be able to hold either this low, right, or we're most likely coming back down to this pivot that we have drawn. So watch for yes to get a bid here, 36.5, and if the Russell can get this low as well.
Did I miss anything?
Just push back down to value.
Oh.
You watch Kiz? Good show. Nah, I'm not caught up. Fark, bro. Wow, it's ahead of Full Metal? That's crazy. Japan loves it, though. It makes sense. I don't think a lot of the Western audience has watched it yet.
All I look forward to is Delicious in Dungeon every week.
Yeah, I'm behind one as well. Watch that this weekend.
I started the there's like that new Seven Deadly Sins or whatever.
Is it a show or a movie?
It's a show.
New arc?
It's on Netflix. Yeah, I never watch any of the old ones.
Oh, you should. You're probably really confused.
Kind of. I only watched the first couple episodes, and they did like a pretty good job explaining like this
Okay.
specific story. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I'm watching Solo. Okay. Yeah, I'm watching that as well. Here, this is my tier list for this season. Scroll up. I'm watching Returners. It's okay. I think Returners belongs in the mid category as of right now. I'm sorry guys, there's really not much to say. It's either we hold this blue or it becomes resistance and we look for a much larger pullback. So until right now, like until then, we're just waiting for the Russell to kind of find its low. It either needs to come back down to fill this gap or we're going to make this supportive. Right? Really just watching these two lines and watching to see if S can hold over 36. But as of right now, like we're just coming back down into value. And either off of this, it fails on a push below, and then we look for 31s, or we hold, and we can bid here. Kingdom's good. I think it's some people aren't a big fan of it, but I think it's worth watching for sure. It's probably like a 7.5 out of 10. Solid story. No garbage.
See if that was enough of a look below to excite some buyers. We want to see like a higher high out of range if we're gonna rotate. If not, it should look a little lower back into our past structure here.
Fed's Logan says we have made tremendous progress on inflation, but there is more work to do.
Same thing every interview.
And the labor market is very tight, but is loosening. Logan says I supported the January FOMC decision. Logan says I don't see any urgency to adjust rates. And we need to build confidence on inflation.
So you want to see this look above this range here, guys.
I'm out 2 here into 39.25. 2 left from our average at 37s. So I'm now fully out of my 32 position, and I now just have our average from our value high test. You just see the Russell be able to push, or we still have one more leg down potential.
30 seconds, still turn of hour here.
have one left here as we retest our highs on ES. Come back up into our pivot on our seller run. I'll look to re-add if we can push over and hold our previous highs as supportive.
It is trying here on ES. Say please, Roy.
Fed slogan says we are on an unsustainable trend for the US national debt.
If you guys are looking for a show over the weekend, you should check out Mr. and Mrs. Smith. It's produced by Donald Glover and his brother. They're the guys that did Atlanta. They made a action comedy based off the same idea that the Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie movie. The entire show came out all at once. 8 episodes. Pretty good. So far, Russell rejecting our pivot at that 18. It's bid pretty soon.
And Logan says shrinking the Fed's balance sheet has been going very smoothly so far.
Smooth.
And Logan says right now the US economy is in a good place. And Logan says the outlook is for inflation to be sustained near target and labor market loosening, but still robust.
Y'all just sitting here.
Fed's Logan says we are paying attention to potential risks, including geopolitical ones that could stall inflation's progress. And Logan says
That
China's
sounds
slowing
like
growth is
problem
also a key
time.
issue. Logan says supply chains have pretty much normalized.
Have you found a new place? What's the deal, Ty? You're gonna live in your car for 20 more days? Holy shit. Are you still at your studio or what? Wait, it's a long time.
Logan says some industries still have supply chain issues, and this may take some time to heal.
What are the work hours for your studio? I'm guessing it's like a bunch of different units. That's how it was for me. Yeah. Having a place
Logan
sucks.
says cyber
Oh, well.
risk is also an important risk.
Buddy, that sounds like Cope. I've ever seen Cope.
Someone who
Logan
did
says
that
we
for
are
a
highly
handful of
focused
years, I
on
can tell you if
possible
you're
risks to the
drinking
progress
beer
on
trading
inflation.
NQ, the road is not for you.
See, Nomad Dan was trading from the penthouse, you know? Trading from from the airport lounge. Yeah. At that point, I feel like it's just worth to get like a extended stay hotel to have a place. Wait, that's the move. Grab that off surf, man. A fridge, heat, and a bed? Bro, you can post that in chat, man. I'm sure you're not the only one that has a question about that. You're looking at the... So the key difference here for the bear signal, or the potential bear, is that we're holding 0. So you want to be watching the oscillation as from the hold of 0 into 500. If we start to hold 500 and kind of make that the new trend, that's when things can get a bit rough, because we can see this is kind of an exhaustion high. But as long as we're still maintaining 0, we're still in like a pretty bullish trend from our high tick to the 1000s, right? So we have to kind of respect that the market is still willing to transact up here. But we should be aware that there is some sort of exhaustion on the overall market with us not being able to really push over 500s.
No, what? Ty, I told you not to do that. That's what you're doing.
Should be moving your stops up if you're long off of the 37 low from value high. We need to see a push over this 42, 43, 25 area. Remember, that is our Globex high target on ES. And we do see a shitload of resting liquidity at 42s on ES. So paying attention to see if the Russell can now maintain our 2018 pivot. That was resistance before this look above. For that last leg up. Yeah, no, it's just, it helps because a lot of the times I don't look at my DMs, so you wouldn't have like gotten an answer until afterwards. You're lucky I was looking at the time. But here, yeah, I can put pick up just so that we can talk about it. All these bad ticks that are on here. Light. So like these bear ticks that we got were at this high, right? So we saw a tick put in a higher move, but then we saw price continue to push. So then on our next leg up, we got another bearish signal because price continued up, but the overall market did not, right? So we're getting kind of an exhaustive move to the upside, whereas the market is kind of taking profit and coming back down to our zero. So it's kind of letting you know that there is an exhaustive push going on and that we shouldn't have a ton of faith in it until we see tick kind of get on the same page again. So off of the zero level. It's kind of letting you know that there's a potential market exhaustion kind of coming in with this higher low, with tick putting in a lower high. And then off of the zero, this is kind of our baseline in a bullish trend, which is what we're in. So we're just watching for reactions into our zero line, and then you want to be watching for a local pivot top into our 500s until that 500 becomes supportive to let us know that we kind of have the overall market back. And until then, you're just going to get these small rotations up, where we're bouncing 0 to 500 is kind of our high and our low of these little given ranges. So it's just showing you like it gives you a good idea of like what the market breadth is doing compared to just ES alone. And then we can switch this over to NQ for the NASDAQ tick. See if there's any sort of difference. So like I think NQ tick is doing a really great job showing you that 0 to 500 range that we're currently trading in. It's like passive but bullish, but very it isn't a strong trend. It's just kind of a continuation signal letting you know that there isn't really a viable short yet, but that the market is moving a lot slower from this extreme that we had. We're now just kind of like slow grind. So what you'd be looking for a pullback to kind of break this idea of this slow grind up is we're looking for an extreme or a push to the other side of this oscillation. Right, so no longer holding 0 and then looking for a push down into this 500 to negative 1000 to kind of let us know when this pullback buy potentially will be, if you're unwilling to just kind of buy current trend up. But I think that it is always worth transacting at value high on a look back into it if everything else looks fine, which is why I added my position there and then made my average this 37, because until we push below it, there really isn't a short that's viable unless you're shorting from this top edge at this 40-43 area, because we're looking for basically a move below and then for this to show as acceptance for sell side, and then we can trade back down to the low of balance. But until then, you kind of have to treat that as a supportive level, or at least where you're looking for a bid to step in. So for me, I moved my average up from 32 and to about 36.5 all in total with the 3 contracts that I added. And like if we broke below this, I would have exited. Just got to our target here, 42 liquidity, and our pivot at 43s on NQ. Need to see how we react here. There's our target, Globex high, 43s. See if they give us any more, if this will be it. I'm personally flat here into 43s. Till that becomes supportive.
I think for a decent move, you're gonna want to see all the indices kind of be moving together. Right, we saw the Russell initially bid, and then ES here now, but NQ is still in structure. Still watching Russell here. Got the little peek on NQ after I said that.
NYMEX gasoline March futures settle at $2.33 a gallon. NYMEX diesel March futures settle at $2.96 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude March futures settle at $76.84 a barrel. That's up 62 cents or 0.81%. And NYMEX natural gas March futures settle at $1.84.
An FEG and NQ here now. Same idea as earlier here. Just keep an eye if you're watching footprint on that bid stepping up or on your DOM. You can see them backfilling. It's getting tighter, but there is a bid here in this 42, 43. So we just wait to see if that exhausts and we get a retest. Or if it continues to hold and we continue to stay grindy here. Some node formation as well.
Brent crude futures settle at $82.19 a barrel. That's up 56 cents or 0.69%.
No range break, Russell. Obviously, just that grindy continuation. ES and Q. How much 70 on NQ and this 50 flat on ES? Their NQ70. Russell back into the top of range here, coming into 20s. We're still watching 50 ES. We're sitting like 13 minutes from last hour. Kind of similar, I think, to last Friday. Might have been this week, but when we get these like really grindy moves for most of the afternoon, I would not be surprised at turn of the hour, that last half hour. Hopefully that made sense. That there is some potential for profit taking on these days. So just watch for a lower high, and don't be surprised if you do see a little downside pressure. Doesn't mean we're gonna like trade low. Like, I mean, we can trade into like 42s on ES, you know, but
You're looking for the bonds catalyst to cause the pullback.
watch halfway backs here. NQ 56, 57, ES 44, 45.
See a buyer step in here at this 44.75 to 45.25 on this look. Then just be watching for ETH or Globex high again. Or a pullback. Later, Kowalski. DM me if you need anything. That's where I'm looking for buy-side liquidity to try to be present. They aren't here. Again, I'm looking for a push down to 43s. But I would ideally like to see the bid be able to defend here. Watching Russell and NQ for this node. Potential for a trap seller down at 45.25. They can push this off, be huge. Not, again, we're looking for Globex high. If they're willing to defend it now. Watching the Russell as we come down into our value high from previous month. 5. Want this to be like over 47s. Sad. Gonna play. Had that 45.25 liquidity labeled in a limit there, but I need us over 47s to feel comfy. Watching Russell as we come down. Our Russell test here.
Same thing here in these halfway backs. This is turn of the hour. There is your Globex test ES. Structural tests on NQ. It's full FEG fill and retest in our more primary node below on NQ after that loss of the like 47-48 edge. You want to see the 45 reclaimed ES and that 50 reclaimed NQ if we're going to look back into the highs. If not, I would expect that these kind of lower nodes get retraced here. I'm not even gonna respond to that same memory. Oh, see, that was a better interaction farm than what you did.
You need to see a push over 44s for this move to be valid on NQ. We have a buyer offsides here on ES as well. 41.75 to like 43. Globex high. Let's look for a reoffer there. Unless a buyer can step back up and make it supportive. Well, think about why it was staircase up. You had Russell sideways, NQ moving market, then you had both of them showing weakness, and then you get your move down. It's nothing new. Now we're just waiting to see if this is an actual Russell low here at Globex high. This is a pretty weak buy as of right now on RTY. Just pay attention to see how sellers react to this Globex test. Need to see that become supportive, or it'll be a resistance.
Your brain must be hydrated today, Rory, with those hot takes. By the way.
Buyer needs to maintain that 42.25 if you want this to actually go up any higher.
Structural test from the downside here on Russell, Node Edge, and Q. So watching this 44 ES.
You had sellers who tried to slap it below 42.25 and got eaten up by passive, but I don't know if it holds or not. I need follow through from buyers. They got eaten. You have a potential seller sitting up at 45 to 46.50, so that's kind of our first look to see if they reoffer again. But you have potentially someone trapped now on that wick.
Everything trading into pivots here. If you are long at any point in those structural retests below, this is your look into the node above on both NQES and into pivot. So you should just be in runners. Or at least taking a risk off here. Halfway backs, Clubix high ES retest 40, structural retest and Q. If we don't have much kind of like pause here, we should see a lower low off that lower high. let's see if we can get a little bit more here. 41 ES and then 35, 36 NQ. Then under that, we're looking like 37 ES and 21 NQ. You do have this little buy pocket at 28 in the LVN on NQ, but I'd like to see an oscillation of the no below if we get into it. Still, we're pausing here, so nothing yet. This is big pivot, right? This is going to be our higher low or trap traders for the rotation.
Early market on close imbalance, currently sitting at 288 million to the buy side.
Back testing structural lows. The bid is still here, but I'd not be surprised if we get the little look below.
Early markets on close imbalance still sitting at 288 million to the buy side.
Yeah, I mean, at this time on a Friday too, we might get one more kind of move, but I would not be really planning on it too much.
Early markets on close-in balance still sitting at 288 million to the buy side. Market on close imbalance 2.1 billion to the sell side.
Bid trying on this 41 again. I mean, it's decent actually absorption in this whole kind of like value high area ES. Like I said, I mean, 8 minutes on the day. I really don't expect a tradable move. 45 is still your main look if you're long on ES down here.
I feel you. Every time a palm tree shakes, every time a star shakes off the sadness of the night. I see you with every light, with every bite the sea takes from the sandy shore, with every open, tired door. In your eyes, I see so much more than what this moment can deliver. Your absence makes the winter shiver, and your presence turns me into a sliver of what I used to be. Can't you see? You're the reason I live, and the reason I'll most likely no longer be.
Pop to 45. Both ES and Q. Kind of nice when numbers line up, huh? Oh, 4 minutes on the day here. How do people do today? I mean, it was like kind of just sit in trend and then got a nice little short there, but should have been a good day for most people. Should have been a good week, honestly. Hopefully it was. If it was not, please let us know why, what you struggled with. Very good. You got more trades in?
I feel you. Every time a palm tree
Nice. That's good.
every time a plane takes off, every time a star.
I'm not sure what we'll do for next week yet, but I think those kind of things are helpful because it's like psychology that we can actually help with. Like, there's a couple people who, I know one I'm thinking of, like, sent me like journal stuff, and it's like, I can't help you. Like, that has to be for you. You know what I mean? I can't tell you if what you have written down is the right thing because I don't know all of your problems or what you want to work on. But the mechanic, like how to describe things and set them up properly, I can. Because that's the same for everyone, right? Yeah, I mean, that's what I do, Singe. It is the way, man.
Can't you see? You're the reason I live, and the reason I'll most likely no longer be.
The S&P 500 closes above 5,000 for the first time ever.